crisp shirt. I think it looks lovely and very fashionable. Well, we are getting towards the end of the month, and just a quick update. We have gone up from 518, which is what we started at the beginning of the month, and we have almost got to the end of the month, or something like 29th of May on the statistics, and we've got it all the way to 745 of confirmed watched hours. So thank you everybody so very much for being absolute superstars and tuning in and giving thumbs ups and comments and just generally, all in all, being extremely good eggs. And thank you. I didn't know you enjoyed books as much as I do, but it's pleasant to see that reading is still alive and well. And that's nice. Now, for today's subject, when we get a few more people, I thought we'd do horror and quite possibly nuclear war fiction, since I had a little bit of interest expressed in that this morning before I decided to go live. I think it's just about stopped raining. Monty wanted to go out, so we've let him, and he's had, dare I say, his third breakfast. Hello, Alan. How are you doing, lovely? Are you on a break? I don't want to be disturbing you whilst you're at work, lovely. Just dining again today. Thought we'd have a change. I'm also doing more washing. I've shoved a load in the washer this morning. This is my second load of the day, and we haven't even got to, I was going to say 11 o'clock, but we're clearly sailed past that. A bit quiet. Oh, okay. So you're not going to get into trouble then, because, you know, that's obviously, that's not what we're aiming for. Gracious me. They're linen shirts, really thin linen, and boy oh boy do they crease. The Art of Ironing by the Fairy. Oh well, I'll do my best with the sleeves on this shirt. Don't expect a miracle, it was a screwed up mess. There's only so much I can show to be able to do. Oh, hey, that's okay. Sounds like it is in my house while we're watching videos. Still, it helps being your own boss. Right, I'm not too unhappy about that sleeve. And that's rather good. Sorry if I just seem a little quiet here. This is a rather difficult shirt sleeve and I don't want to burn my fingers off because I'm afraid. Have you ever been burned by an iron? Wow, it's excruciating. It's the smell of seared flesh, and that's just the start of it. And then you're burning off your nerve endings. I've burned my arm, I've burned a hand, I've burned a finger. Oh dear. And it's a sudden cauterization of the flesh that makes your eyes water. Ironing is not for the faint of heart. It really isn't. There. I think I've got it. Oh boy, did I get it? Nearly. Right, well, you know what? Considering the state that this washing's in, and it's pretty bad, they're getting a tip-top service considering what they've sent me, which is absolutely dire. I don't think that is a bad finish. I'm a happy little camper with that one. Yes, some people, I am not joking, they have zero respect and zero clue what goes into producing something of high quality for them, and they don't take care of it. It's as though suddenly it's beneath it. I mean, look, you see how beautiful That is, right? That's stunning, right? And that's what I'm having to work with. Right? From this, I'm going to produce something really lovely. Yeah, it is. You know that demon-possessed one from the Stephen King novel, The Mangler? I think it manifested here in this office. A superheated steam, pretty much, to get a good finish on a linen shirt. You have to have it right up. A spinal, well, as the joke goes, it goes all the way to 11. A demon-possessed iron. That's what I've got. And we call her Betty. And the ironing board is Wilma. Just gotta just gently make you go that way a little bit more. Yes. I think we've got it. And I won't mind, but also I've got another gripe here today. This person that I am ironing for has never heard of deodorant. Sometimes, unfortunately, you get that. I'm not going to have a sense of smell before too long. My nose hairs will have melted. There we go. There we are. Oh, they haven't bothered to wash this one. Oh dear, this is a horror. This is a nightmare. I will have to call it the killer laundry basket. Oh, this is unfair. This is really unfair. Oh dearie me. Oh wowzers. Now I'm not having a fun time. Oh. So yeah, I thought today we could have a chat about nuclear war in fiction, not actual nuclear war, because I mean, of all of the self-participating projects I want to be in, that's not one of them. And I thought we'd do the famous Robert R. McCammon Swan song. We talked about it briefly before, but I thought today's book review type thing that we're going to do would be Swan Song, and it is a stunningly amazing book. If that's all right with everybody. Yeah. Came out the 1st of June 1987, and your characters flip back. Dearie me. Oh, we got... Here we go. Well, as you know, your plot is the tensions between the United States and Russia, Soviet Union as it was. Got to go back in time. Remember, we're back in the 80s here, back in the Cold War era. Fun times, kids, fun times. Any road. Tensions are pretty high, and the president isn't in a very good place, and he doesn't want to be the man that has to make the decision that says stop me and light one up. So as it is, he's sat in the Oval Office with all of his advisors, if you like, and they're all saying, you know, if you smack them first, they're not likely to turn around and be able to, you know, smack you back. But you've got to remember, at the time we had the Cold War era, we had ICBMs. You've all seen the movie War Game, right? With the Whopper and the game they were playing, which was total thermonuclear war. I mean, what a game to play, you know. Every kid should do it, right? Insane. Absolutely insane. So anyway, the president, getting back to our president, he is not in a good place. He's very, very stressed. At this point, I think a bit of therapy, a bit of counselling might have done him some good, you know. But as it is, things are going from bad to worse, if that's possible. The two superpowers fire off at each other. We end up in a barren wasteland covered by snows of nuclear winter. The president is blaming himself for what happened and prepares for some kind of system known as Talons. And he's going to where Talon's computer is, but his plane crashes before he can get to it. Quite a lot of people are caught up in the onset of the war. Josh Hutchins, known as Black Frankenstein, is a famous wrestler. There's a young girl called Susan Wonder. Her name is shortened to Swan, as in Swan, and then it's her song. And Swan's song is also the last of humanity as we wander off into oblivion. They're in Kansas. The poor Swan's mother was trying to get her to go home to her mum and dad. And it just so happened that they're in the convenience store at the same time as Josh Hutchins. I'll get his name right in a minute. Josh Hutchins, known as Black Frankenstein. And suddenly there's an almighty roar, and the shopkeeper goes, "Oh, they've sent the missiles off." And he's like, and everyone's looking around going, "What missiles?" Like, you know, just popped in to buy a can of Coke, like, and some sweeties. You know, you're a convenience store, but apparently the US Army, in their infinite wisdom, had set up a nuclear silo next to this gentleman's convenience store, and literally they're all about to be awarded the DCM, which is Don't Come Monday, or any other day for that matter, as they all run like mad downstairs into the old man's basement that's below his convenience store. And for the first few days after nuclear war, as blasted the ever-loving snot out of the United States of America, they stay down there in the hope that they're not all going to end up with masses of radiation poisoning, and you know, and that they might actually survive this terrible disaster that has befell the United States of America. But I can assure you that it's not just the US of A that's suffering, it's everyone else around the world that's suffering too. Because nuclear war just stay in one area. No, it spreads. You know, it's like one of those things you can't, once you've set it off, you can't stop it. Anyway, while they were hiding in the cellar, the Susan's mom, Susan Wanda's mom, Mrs. Wanda, she is quite badly burned in the nuclear attack, and unfortunately she dies. And sorry, as I was saying, as the shopkeeper's dying, he turns to the wrestler Josh and says, whatever you do, you've got to protect the child. And so Josh takes it upon himself to rescue Swan and protect her at all costs, and he realizes that they can't stay in the basement, they've got to dig their way out. But one of the really weird things that Josh notices about Swan is where she's been laying on the ground, because they've been kind of buried. What's left of the shop has caved in on top of them. Soil and muck and everything everywhere. Well, I mean, it would do. You know, if you're going to light one up and fire them off, you know, you're going to create a lot of, you know, dust and problems, really. And as it turns out, he put his hand down where she'd been sleeping to try and pick her up to get her to, you know, like, we've got to get out of here. And he touches the ground. And where she's been laid on the ground has started sprouting grass, and things are growing, and it's in the shape of her silhouette of her body where she was laid on the ground. And he realizes there and then that there's something very mysterious and very, very special about Swan, and he has to take on the responsibility of protecting Swan, because she's humanity's saviour. She's a bit like a female version of Christ, is this child. And that's when we start going from nuclear war to absolute supernatural. And we meet a plethora of wonderful characters along the way. We really do. Meanwhile, out in New York, Sister Creep is also one of the survivors from nuclear war. This, you've got to remember, this book kind of jumps a little bit from city to city, right? Sometimes we'll go a little bit backwards in time, and sometimes we'll go a little bit forwards in time. But believe me, it works. It meshes the story together. It gives the story substance. And that's, you know, if you've got a really, really good plot, you'll have a really good time with your story. So Sister Creep, she's a bag lady. She lives in New York. She has a tragic past. And she wasn't always a bag lady. Her backstory is she was a mom, but there was a tragic accident where her daughter died, and she never really got over it, and she couldn't handle what had happened, so she ended up on the streets with all this emotional pain, this poor woman, and she just became a bag lady of New York. She so happens to be passing going through a collapsed jewelry store, and she discovers a very, very unusual glass ring with precious stones melted into it, and soon discovers that the ring has supernatural properties, showing the holder visions of a better world. A sister and her new companion, Artie Wisco, find themselves pursued by the demonic shapeshifter known as the Man with the Scarlet Eye, who seeks to destroy the ring. And this ring, Susan and the Man with the Scarlet Eye are like chasing each other constantly through the novel. The Man with the Scarlet Eye, well, I think we can work out who he is. He's the devil. Right? So, you know, with all that's good being Swan, you've got all that's bad with the devil. Oh, it's a pillowcase. Yeah, I thought it were a fancy shirt. We also have somewhere a little bit further down the line, Colonel Macklin, who is running the local nuclear bunker timeshare holiday resort up in the mountains of, I want to say Wyoming. I think I've got the right place. And while Colonel Macklin's up there, he meets a family called the Croning. I can't say this surname. The Croningers, right? And they have a son called Roland. Now, the mom and dad are survival enthusiast people, and they've sort of spent a lot of money buying a timeshare. How do you buy a timeshare in a nuclear bunker? And just hope that the week that it's your turn to go and live in the bunker just so happens to be the time that they've dropped the bomb. I mean, you know, first of all, where the building regs. So, you know, how do you know that this is a really top of the range nuclear bunker? The thing is, you don't know how it's been built. You don't know how good or bad it is. And, well, as it turns out, it was pretty poorly built because it didn't even survive the first strike. It collapsed, and consequently, Roland saw both his mum and his dad die in the nuclear fallout shelter. I think his mum burned to death, and I think his dad got crushed instantly by a falling pillar. And it was just by sheer coincidence that Colonel Macklin happened to be near an air bench, and that is the only reason he survived, because he wasn't crushed to death by his own bunker. And Roland sort of like, he sees Roland, realises he can save him, and drags him into the air vent as well. And between the pair of them, they crawl out after the bombs had finished dropping. After a few days, the bombs had ceased to be dropping, and the nuclear radiation was starting to peter out a little bit. And as it turns out, Roland's not a very nice person. and he goes into the Legion with the man with the scarlet man with the red eyes. Oh. Oh, it's Idaho, not Wyoming. It was Idaho. I do beg your pardon. Josh and Swan end up wandering through the post-apocalyptic America and meet a lovely lady called Leona Skelton, who predicts via tarot cards that Swan will have to face the devil. No, really? But she does. Sister and Artie meet in the mountain man, Paul Thorson. Oh, Paul. Paul Thorson is Sister Creep's right-hand man. He goes on this epic quest, does Paul Thorson, with Sister, in the search for Susan Wonder, Swan. And they carry with them the ring. And we'll call this the Ring of Destiny, because if Sister Creep and Paul Thorson can find Susan Wonder and give her the ring, then she has the wherewithal and the tools to fight the man with the scarlet eye, otherwise known as the devil. And you can see where the story is going. It is absolutely epic. And along the way, with all of this going on, we have some of the most spectacular scenery descriptions of a torn up America due to nuclear war. And it's the people across America, the ones that survive over the years, end up with like these facial growths, like a mask that grow over their faces so that they can barely see out. And sorry, who's just joined us? Thank you very much, darling. Thank you. Another space note. That's so lovely. We're talking about Swan Song. They end up with these masks, like these growths over the faces. They look like giant mushrooms. And they call them the Job, the mask of Job over the faces. And it's a really weird concept, but the masks seem to be acting like filters. So nobody's dropping dead of radiation poisoning. But when Sister Creep finally finds Susan Wonder with Paul Thorson and gives her the ring, her mask like falls off her face, and behind the mask is this stunningly, gloriously beautiful young lady. She's like a princess. She's absolutely stunning. And likewise, after her mask falls off, everybody else's masks also start to fall off. And what you see underneath is who they truly are. So if you're a good person, then you have a beautiful face and you're like radiant and gorgeous. I mean, after nuclear war, you know. Yeah, exactly. And on the flip side, if you are a bad person, if you're a terrible soul, what comes out from underneath the mask is the true manifestation of you, and lots of hideous monster. And then these poor people realise, well, I mean, I don't think they'd actually care because they're bad people anyway, but you will see what a good person is and what a bad person is because of what's left, what their face looks like. And let's just say, when Roland Croninger's mask of Job mask falls off, what's left underneath is so, quite frankly, it's so scary. He keeps like a facial shield on so no one can see him, because it's a skull that's underneath. He doesn't have like flesh on his face. It's like a giant demonic skull. And even Colonel Macklin's afraid of this lad now. But I mean, we all thought it were a bit weird in the beginning when he saw his parents, like, one getting trapped and burning alive, and he was just like, oh well, sucks to be you, like, you know. It's as though he's a complete sociopath, and actually it does come across in the story that he's not quite. Have you ever seen the film American Psycho? That's the lad. That's Roland's character. And the worst thing about Roland and Colonel Macklin is they start this organisation called the Army of Excellence, the AOE, and they go across America, and with what's left of the vehicles and what's left of the oil and the, you know, diesel, petrol, gas, whatever you call it out there, and they visit village after village, town after town, and take over. They have epic battles, and because there's more of them, and they've got more firepower, and they've got more vehicles, and they've just got more of everything, and more you know, weapons, these poor little towns, they're like given ultimatums. It's like, join the Army of Excellence and live, and you know, or we'll kill you all, we'll just wipe you out. And they said, oh, you've got to hand over all your women as well, because they are now going to be the RLs, which stands for recreational ladies. Now, I hate to say it, you know, those poor women have got no say in this whatsoever. You know, it is decreed by Roland and Colonel Macklin that all women are only there for the men's personal use, and it's like, you know, women's lib does not exist in this book. And so the way that the women are treated is just absolutely shocking. I would rather fight to the death than have to turn around and be one of those things for the Army of Excellence. Horrendous. But it's written very realistic in that sense that, I hate to say it, ladies and gents, but if there is an epic hoo-ha and we all go kaboom, what will be left are the strongest of the males, and the women, unless you are adept at hiding yourself or getting away from these things, these men, you, my dears, are not going to fare well. I know that the attitude today is that, you know, we can, in a democratic society where we still have the thin veneer of civility, yes, we can do what we wish. But the minute the balloon goes up, I can guarantee you one thing. Unless you have a strong male protecting you, unfortunately, the chances of you surviving on your own are looking pretty grim. And that's what this book, it's honest. It says it as it is. Oh, it's a bit rainy, isn't it, today? I'm just saying as it is. The Army of Excellence do not take prisoners, and well, they do, but it's what they make them do. It's not pleasant. So, it's a real morale booster when you join that organisation, I can tell you. And they do say that misery loves company. Well, you're going to get it in buckets if you join the AOE. Now, everyone's heard of them. They know they're a roving gang. They know they're absolutely massive. And the man with the scarlet eye has infiltrated them and has made it up, how he would say, the ranks to be on a par with Roland and Colonel Macklin. And we're heading towards one of the epic battle. Obviously, that's where the plot is going, towards the epic battle right at the end, with the unfortunate President of the United States. What's left of him is not a happy man. He's not very well. He's gone insane, and he has the key to Talons. And the man with the scarlet eye has made it his mission all the way through the book to be able to get the president to do the thing with Talons. And I'm not going to tell you what Talons is because I don't want to spoil the ending of the book for you. But Sister Creep, Josh Hutchinson, Susan Wanda, and the rest of the goodies, not the television goodies, I mean like the good people, because that would be hysterical if the goodies turned up in the middle of this. That wouldn't work, by the way, I don't think. But it's them versus Colonel Macklin, Roland Croninger, the man with the scarlet eye, and all hail Lord Alvin. Yeah, I haven't told you about Lord Alvin. Lord Alvin is in charge of the supermarket. The one where Josh and Swan and Leona Skelton end up trapped in a former Kmart, taken over by an escaped psychiatric hospital patient. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it just couldn't get any worse. We've had nuclear war. She's lost her mother. The shopkeeper of the original grocery store has died. Josh is like besides himself. He knows he's lost his wife and children. Leona Skelton's husband's not very well and he's dying, and they are all trying to survive, and they happen upon a Kmart with, like I've just said, escaped psychiatric hospital patients that are all full-on Looney Tunes. The saddest death so far. Poor Leona sacrifices herself to allow Josh and Swan to escape from the group's leader, Lord Alvin Maygrim. The pair meet a gentleman called Rusty, who is the last survivor of a travelling circus. And it's just insane. They don't, if you were in a nuclear wasteland and you happened upon a supermarket, a Kmart, with the lights still on and the electricity and fully stocked shelves, don't you think that might raise an alarm bell of something's not quite right here? Not our intrepid trio. No, they go in with a full-on shopping list as though they were going to do the Saturday morning shop. And we are, look, if you're British, you understand what the Saturday morning shop is, right? So off they trot with their trolley, going up and down the aisles, picking out the bits and pieces that they want, and all of a sudden everything goes wrong, and all these people start charging out and grab Josh and grab Leona and grab poor Swan and tell Josh that if he can get from one end of the aisle to the other in under a minute, there must be very long aisles, you know, in the supermarket, he gets to live, and so do the Susan Wonder and Leona, right? They get to live, but should he fail, he gets to see them be beheaded, and then he gets to be beheaded as well. So, you know, what an offer. What an absolute offer. Anyway, poor Josh. It's a good job he's an athlete, isn't it? It's a good job he's a professional wrestler. He's pretty fit and healthy, because he manages to get to the end of the aisle in under a minute. And of course, Lord Alvin, this has never happened before, because no one's ever managed it. And everybody, and that's why all these, you know, everyone that's in there that's not like part of Lord Alvin's group, they all end up, you know, being beheaded, which is really, really sad. Awful, actually. But Lord Alvin's not having it, right? It's like Josh manages to do the impossible, and Lord Alvin proper goes off on one. I mean, it makes Dale Winton look straight, right? And he's just raging. It's proper Lord Alvin. I wish they did more with him, actually, as a character, because he's such an interesting character. It's such an interesting concept, and I just don't think he was in the book enough. I mean, he was in it, obviously, but I would have just liked to seen a bit more of him. And he's not happy. He's a very unhappy Lord Alvin. And Leona says you have to protect the words, the chosen words. You must protect the child. And Josh is like, well, you know, I'm doing my best, you know. It's not my fault I had to run a mile in under a minute. And Leona's like, we must protect the child. It is in the prophecy. So she sacrifices herself to Leona. And of course Swan is like, oh no, just when I thought I was going to get a new mommy, I haven't got a new mommy anymore. I'm mommyless. And words to that effect. So Josh manages to escape out of the supermarket with Swan, and they go off on the run, away from the psychiatric ward and the supermarket. It'll be a while before they go anywhere near another supermarket, I can assure you. I just think Lord Alvin should have been in the book a bit more, because he's a super interesting character. And Lord Alvin's in with the Army of Excellence and Colonel Macklin and Roland Croninger. It's just utterly brutal is the ending of the book. I mean, there you are, you got all the recreational ladies, all the soldiers, and they're all sort of primed and ready for the battle of battles. The man with the scarlet eyes there, and the former president of the United States is there, and it's who will get to the president first And that's where I'll leave that for you, because I don't, like I say, I don't want to spoil the ending, but it is epic. And some people right at the end get a conscience and suddenly realise that perhaps everything that they've done for the last 7 years after the bombs have dropped perhaps wasn't the best use of their time, and they start really thinking about the life choices that they've made. And if you've ever wondered what regret looks like, you'll see it towards the end of this book. For certain characters, you get to see what is regret for these people. And it's so sad, and it's the realization for a lot of them. So it's got a heart. It has heart and soul, does this book. And I would say it's one of the most realistic depictions of what the world and America would look like in a nuclear war. I mean, Robert McCammon does not spare your feelings at all. He's so good with writing, and you can really feel that you're there, you know, and that's what a writer, in essence, that's what a writer's trying to do. He's trying to transport you to that world where you can feel the emotions and you can feel what the desperation and the terror that these other people are all feeling with regard to, you know, the nuclear war and what they're going through. And it honestly, it is absolutely, it's brutal. And Swan is just like this earthreal angel. Like I said, she's like the Christ child. And her powers are life-changing for so many survivors. And it's like when they finally realise who she is and her magical powers and what she means to the world, it's like people are dropping down on their knees and praying to this girl. If you've ever heard of a musical artist called the Planet P Project, and it's Pink World. Now this album was the album that inspired Rob. Sorry, I'll start again. The Planet P Project was the album that Robert was listening to when he started getting the idea for the book Swan Song, and it starts off with the world as it is now, a beautiful world, and then suddenly nuclear war starts. And it's, if you've ever heard of the thing called progressive, lots of groups are like, you know, from that era, from the 70s. Sorry, did I get a message then? No, it's fine. Sorry about that. Anyway, listen to the album, and it's called Planet P Project, and it's called Pink World, and it is brilliant, and it'll give you an absolute insight to what Robert McCammon was listening to as he was putting pen to paper. The thing with Swan Song is that a lot of people, as in critics, have compared it to Stephen King's The Stand, because they said it's a direct rip-off from it, but I disagree with that. I disagree. I think that it's a good thing to look at them as separate entities. As in, yes or no, both books are dealing with God and the devil and a terrible accident befalling the United States of America. One being a giant plague, Captain Trips, which wipes out 99.9% of the American populace, and the other is nuclear war, that again wipes out 99.9% of the populace of America. But the storylines are just different. They're so different. It's like comparing your kids. You shouldn't do it. Yeah. And I love both The Stand by Stephen King and Swan Song by Robert McCammon, because they are, for what they have in their similarities, as in God and the devil, good and evil, and the destruction of America, that's about as far as it goes. The rest of it is purely down to different storylines, different plots, different characters, and each one, both of the books, they're brilliant, they're fantastic, they're epic sagas, and they're as good as each other. So I couldn't pick which one was my favourite, because I love them both. I think they're equally got similar parts and then completely different. And if you read them, if you read Swan Song and The Stand, you'll see what I mean. They're both excellent novels. They're standalone novels in their own right. They don't require a sequel, because what's in the pages is enough. And I just find that they're both as good as each other, and they both deserve to be on the list of the 100 greatest books that you should read before you die. And it comes with a solid 10 out of 10, the Swan Song, for being probably one of the most realistic nuclear wastelands that the world will have ever seen, will have ever witnessed. I could imagine that is exactly what America would look like, right down to what happens to the local towns and villages when the AOE comes rolling through, and what happens to the women folk and what they're forced to become in order to live. Any women, they do give you one option. You don't have to become a recreational lady if you don't want, but after that point you're not going to be living very long anyway. They're still going to do terrible things to you. You're just going to only have to go through it once, rather than every night. Like I say, it doesn't offer women's lib. There we go. I think we're getting somewhere with this awful laundry. No, I kid you not, the smell, you don't want to be in this room. I don't have anything else. I have to make do with what I've got. So if you fancy reading Swan Song, I do recommend it. It is excellent. And on that note, I'll be back in a moment. I've just got to go next door and sort out some washing. Just had to swap some washing over. I beg your pardons, I'm back. So yeah, I give Swan Song a solid 10 out of 10. The storyline is amazing, the plot is amazing, the characters are full-bodied and well-rounded. You really feel as though you're participating in nuclear war and everything else that goes with it. And I kid you not, every time you hear the nursery rhyme, here we go round the mulberry bush, so early in the morning, if that doesn't put ice water through your veins, I don't know what will. Absolutely horrific. And the man with the scarlet eye is a shapeshifter, and he can come and arrive in various forms throughout the book. And it's usually only after you've read about him and you see his character leaving that you suddenly realise, oh my goodness, that was him. The mark of a good writer is to make everything so believable and so immersive that you can't see where one thing begins and the other ends. I like that. That seamless flowing of writing is truly, truly amazing. A beautiful book written during the Cold War. And let's hope, everyone, we never actually have to live through what's in those pages. As I don't think any of us would really like it that much. What was that? Oh, I'll have to have a look at that one, because I'm so, I like what I'm using, but it's a bit restrictive. It's also in safe mode. It is. Now, I can't be on as long as I would have liked today. As soon as I think it probably gets to about 1-ish, maybe 2. I'm going to have to get off, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, we've run out of water. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh, I think we've got to some kind of normal semblance where the washing is concerned. I was beginning to think I was never going to leave that room, and now I actually feel as though there's a chance, an opportunity, that I don't have to be in there all the time. What I have marched through in the last few days, I lost count. I think we were up to about 10 times that the washer went on yesterday, which is insane. It was an absolutely insane day. Right, yeah. Oh, thank you, by the way, for the thumbs ups. I really appreciate that. And also, if anybody has subscribed today, welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here at Fairy Castle and enjoy the subjects that we talk about. We do quite a bit, but today we thought, well, why don't we do Swan Song? It truly is an epic battle between good and evil. And it screams the 1980s at you. It's like a beautifully preserved little time warp, a time bubble. And sometimes I like to read it, to go back there, to an era that I understood. The 80s were my stomping ground. I understood life a bit better back there. You should. It's just an amazing book. I think you're most likely to be picking it up on Kindle. Paperbacks are notoriously hard to get hold of. I just happened to find one that a library was selling out in the States, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get. I don't think a 1987 original pocketbook. And it just so happened that the library was selling it, and I was like, yes please mate, thanks very much. And it was my Christmas present from my husband, and he was so frightened that it wasn't going to get here on time that he ended up getting me a backup book called The Hotel by Daisy Johnson, of which I've done a review on that as well. And can I just say, you wouldn't want to stay in that hotel. It's a little bit too terrifying. It makes the overlook from Stephen King's The Shining look like Disneyland. Yeah, Daisy Johnson. She's a new British horror writer, and she's a promising young thing. She's a promising young writer, and I cannot wait to see more from you, Daisy. I really can. You're going to be up there with the likes of Shirley Jackson. Yeah, she's got that vibe about her. She's got the Shirley Jackson vibe, and if you know, We Have Always Lived in the Castle, or the Haunting of Hill House, which are classic Shirley Jackson, or The Lottery, if you know that one. That's what Daisy Johnson is a lot like Shirley Jackson. It's almost as though she's been reincarnated. So may I recommend The Hotel? To say it makes the overlook from The Shining, honestly, it makes that place look like Disneyland. Yeah, so that was the second book that I got for Christmas, just in case Swan Song didn't turn up. And you know, I think next year, I'm not sure if they started filming or if they're going to be starting to film in early next year, but I believe there is a mini-series in the form of how they made The Stand. I believe it's coming out for Swan Song, and Frank Dearborn, who you may know for The Mist, which is a Stephen King short story that was turned into a movie, and The Walking Dead. If you watch that, you'll know that he's been involved with production of those TV and movies, and he is linked to be producing the either television series, or it's a mini series, or it's a film. I don't know which way they're going to go with it yet, but they're on about doing that for Swan Song, and if they do, I mean, it will simply be a case of take my money, I have to go see this. I cannot believe that we've had to come this long. I always thought that it'd be the type of thing that maybe Quentin Tarantino might have been interested in bringing to the silver screen, but you know, I'm down for Frank Dearborn doing it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, what's not to like about his work as well? Exactly. Yeah, so you need to look forward to it. It will be heading our way eventually. And I mean, even Alex Garland would be a good choice for creating the world. In fact, Frank Dearborn, Quentin Tarantino, Alex Garland and Danny Boyle all banging together to get Robert McCallum's Swan Song on the silver screen. That would be my dream team to bring it all together. Oh yes. Because I mean, what can you give the girl who has everything? You can give her a classic nuclear war epic drama. Oh, right. Whatever it was, love, I missed it. Too busy talking about my dream team, who I want to see make Swan Song onto the silver screen, of which I know it's on its way. They're in the writing stage at the moment, and the only thing I ask, please don't rely on green screen. Give us, I mean, Obviously, I don't want to see a real nuclear blast, but you know, I'd like something slightly realistic, maybe a modelized village, you know. Um, you know, I'm sure special effects and props could maybe burn a little bit of wood and leave a little bit of smoke rising off the ground, just, you know, to add to the ambience of what's left of the US of A. What is that? Oh, right, yeah, don't worry about it. Whatever it was, I missed it. Whatever it was, my darling, I didn't see it. So no harm, no foul. Yeah, I definitely think there's enough room on your bookshelf for Swan Song and The Stand to sit quite happily side by side, complementing each other on what they have in common, which is God and the Devil and a disaster hitting the United States of America. And then they can complement each other on their absolute differences, of which will be the characters and where the plot goes. They're both as good as each other, and dare I say, complement each other. Honestly, it's like I couldn't pick which are my favourites. I love them both. And I hope there are other readers out there that feel the same way. You know, that recognise it for what it is. A cracking read, an epic fantasy battle between good and evil, with a joyous outcome at the end. Blimey, this is different. In about 10 minutes, I'll be able to run into my utility room and shove yet another load on. Won't that be exciting? So how is everyone else getting on today? I hope you're doing all right. Like me, working away. And whilst we're working, why not have a chat? Why not talk about things that we enjoy? I'll tell you one of the things that I really, really liked about Swan Song, other than the fact that it was set in the 1980s, is it didn't try to be Mad Max. It wanted to be its own person. It really did. It wasn't trying to be something that it wasn't, you know? There we are. What I have done. I think I have done my absolute best with, oh dearie me, the line. Oh, well, I can't produce a miracle when I'm sent something like this. I will do my best. They'll look half decent. They'll look a damn sight better than when they arrived. Dearie, dearie, dearie me. Dearie me. You know, one thing to look forward to with nuclear war, at least I'll never have to do any more ironing. You know, every cloud, silver lining and all that. Sorry, I'm just concentrating. I don't wish to burn myself. Dear me. Well, I think that looks a lot better than what I received. Do you know, I think they got the brief. They said, right, we're going to get this lot dry. What we're going to do is going to bundle it up as tight as we can with a bunch of rubber bands, and we're going to bake it to death in the dryer, right? And then for good measure, when we get it out, we're going to get a local elephant to sit on it, right, and jump all over it, just to make sure it's really creased when we have to send it up to get ironed. You know, I think that was the brief. Yeah, it kind of is, but it's got its own feel to it. Mad Max was very masculine, wasn't it, Mad Max? You know. Whereas I think Robert's been realistic and fair with his book and has given both the male and the female the chance to have a voice, you know, to have agency over their characters. And that's lovely, to have the ability to hear from both sides. And also, he's not flowered up the top, you know, what I hate to use the word toxic masculinity, but he's been realistic with how people would act and what generally would happen to society and especially women after something like this happens. Instead of how it is now, where we have the thin veneer of civility in a democratic, I mean, how can I put it? It's not the best way forward sometimes how we're living now, but it sure beats what it could be like if we didn't live in in a democratic society. We have at least some women have a voice. Or we are given at least the illusion that we have a voice. But I can assure you, in a very, very difficult, dire situation such as nuclear war or an end of the world style disaster, women would very quickly learn that they have no choices and definitely no voice. One of the things that I point out to the younger male generation is, don't treat women poorly, because we are the carrier of your children, and without us, you're not gonna, the world will cease to be. And it's the same for young women in the younger generation as well. Please don't be unkind to your male counterparts, because without them, you also will cease to be. Try to find a common ground and treat each other with the respect that you both want to receive, and you'll find yourself in a better place. You know the saying, teamwork makes the dream work? Well, be kind, be excellent to each other. You'll find you'll get on a lot better, and the human race may, just may, continue. You know. Although sometimes I look at you young ones and I think, I don't think you're that invested actually for wanting to keep the populace going. Wise words. Yeah. Sometimes I think you take a look at the state of the world and you think, well, perhaps not bringing another child into it might be a good idea at the current way things are. Because quite frankly, I know I'm going to say just a little allude to what's been going on in the news, but even my jaw has hit the floor of what has just happened and transpired in the last few days. And I am literally standing here wondering whether or not we are starting to go into a Cold War 2.0. I am a little perturbed. I grew up in the 80s with the threat of we could light one up at any time and get the 4-minute warning from Fylingdales, and I don't even know, is that still a thing? Does it even matter these days? Are we going back to what I grew up in? I don't know. It's just, and let's just say certain events that have transpired over the last couple of days, my jaw has never dropped to the floor as much. I just, wow, stood there in amazement thinking, how has nothing gone kaboom at this point? And I don't want to start saying names and stuff like that because, I don't want to get into trouble. Yeah, exactly. That yesterday, I mean, where was I? I was in the car and I was going to see a client, the very client that I'm ironing right now, and I was listening to the news on Radio 4 because that's the one that I like to listen to. I'm a Radio 4 girl. And I was like, oh, heck, I wasn't, goodness me, wow. And then I was like, yeah, well, I suppose I better get to go see the client. And heck, that's just not what I was expecting. I know. And just how bad do things have to get? I mean, should we start buying Christmas presents now is what I'm asking. Should we have Christmas in July? Exactly. I don't want to be reenacting the Raymond Briggs version of When the Wind Blows. If you've not read that or seen the cartoon, may I recommend? That is a very gentle explanation, and it is designed for children. A nuclear-friendly explanation to the children of today. Raymond Briggs, When the Wind Blows. I hope, hello gamer tag, hello dear, you just happened to turn up at the right time. I know he loves his country. I believe they have a nuclear a seat for every citizen, do they not? So I guess that's kindness, is it, in itself? I don't know. I think the kind of thing would be to not press anything at all. We will do this side and then we'll spin it round. I don't know, I just couldn't believe what I was hearing on the radio yesterday. I was stunned. It's not like me to be lost for words. But quite frankly, I'm at a loss. I don't know what to think. It's a bit terrifying, to say the least. I'll be back in a minute. I'm putting some laundry on. goodness me. That's another load of laundry. Yeah, I don't know. Has anything else been said today, or is everybody behaving themselves? And you know, are we all happy? That's what I want to know. Has anything else come out in the news? I haven't listened to it this morning. I didn't put the radio on. I didn't want to look at the newspapers. I haven't even looked at what's happening in the BBC. I didn't even look at Sky News. I just know. I came straight on here to talk about a book that was written in the 1980s, and I'm happy there. Take me back to the 1980s. Everything seemed a little bit saner back then. My life was good. I had one. I didn't have a mortgage. I didn't have responsibilities or things I had to take care of. I liked my life back then. It was simple. We only had to watch films with Matthew Broderick in War Games. See, I remembered it that time. Why send me trousers with mushed up tissue paper in? What's wrong with these people? They've got no common sense. Oh, yeah, the big stuff is the only thing that I suppose we're really interested in, isn't it? Because let's face it, it's a depressing place. I watch kittens and puppies all day long too. And then you come on here and you tune into, let's discuss nuclear war. And what is it? More. These people have, I'm not going to lose it. It's just chewed up tissue. They are known as Oxford bags. Are these trousers? Very nice indeed. Unfortunately, the people that own them haven't been very nice to them. I'll be glad when all this is done. What a nightmare. What a horrific thing to me to have to take care of today. I'm glad I only took this one customer on, and I don't have any others. Well, apart from the one that I'm doing the washing for. Hollister, Oxford bags. Oh, awful. What has been done to you, my darlings, is cruel. You were beautiful once. A little bit better. They couldn't have been any worse than what they were. Hey, another good one. Have you ever seen a low budget horror movie about vampires called Stake Land. And if you haven't, do so. It's brilliant. And part of the promotional stuff that was done for the story Stateland was they were only like 10 minutes long, and they were just a little short film depicting the characters that are in. What is wrong with these people? Yeah, it's called Stateland. It's all about vampires, and it's out in the United States of America. And do you remember Top Gun and the female flight instructor on it called Kelly McGillis? Well, she's in it, and she plays the role of a nun. Ah, gosh. I mean, there are loads of really, really classic actors that are in it, but I just remember her being in it, and she played, as I said, the role of the nun. And it's America, again, the good old US of A, and they've been overrun with vampires. And it's the survival of America as a surviving, it's like a plague, and the plague turns you into a vampire. And you haven't got a cat and mouse chance if you've got it. You know, you're going to be a vampire within about 12 hours, because that's how long it takes for the transformation. And there are others that are naturally immune and that get bitten, and they've just got like bite marks all over their bodies. And then you've got the halfies, which they sort of make the transformation into becoming a vampire, and then it stops. And it's like, is the disease lying dormant, or is the disease finished and this is only as far as they can go? And these poor things, they can't go to sleep at night, they can't be out in the sunlight during the day because they like blister up, and they don't burn up like a vampire should, but they sort of like really, really bad blisters, and they look, oh, it's insufferable what they go through. And at night they can't eat properly, and it's like a really lingering slow death. And because obviously they can't drink, they haven't got fangs, so they can't drink blood, but they can't eat food as well because their bodies, it reacts, and it's just like a really horrible lingering death. So if you've not seen it, I do recommend that. And it's an epic road trip between the pastor, or should I say the mister. The guy refers to himself as Mister. I never know Mister what, it's just Mister. And he has a little lad with him called Martin. And I often think, is it the nod to the George A. Romero movie, Martin, of a young lad that thought he was a vampire? You know, was it a nod to that? I don't know. But anyway, this young lad, he lost his mom, he lost his dad, and he lost his brother to a savage vampire attack. And he was the only one to get out the house. And as his father lay dying, and Mister was trying to like say, it's okay, mate, your son's all right, he's here with me. And he's saying to him, can you take care of my son? Can you take him all the way to Canada? Why is it whenever there's a disaster in the States, everybody thinks, we'll go to Canada? You know, maybe the Canadians don't want you. I mean, the way things are going at the moment, I don't think they do. So there's a refuge in Canada We've heard of it. It's where we were heading to. And we were going to go tonight, but unfortunately, as you can see, I'm not feeling very well, and my wife's dead, and my other child is dead, and I'm dying because, heck, we've all just been munched by a bunch of vampires. And it's not our day, and neither will be tomorrow. But my son, he is alive, and can you take him to Canada? I mean, like I said, how many times when there's a disaster, do all the Americans say, we'll go to Canada? It's nice this time of year, isn't it? Yeah, we'll set off. We'll go there. And it's like how it is for people here that live in the United Kingdom. You know, when anything ever kicks off in London in the disaster movies, it's like, where shall we go? Oh, Mavis, I do not know. Let's consult Google. Oh, heck, the internet's down. Does anyone have an Ordnance Survey book? A map of the United Kingdom? Oh, yes. Oh, that looks rather nice up there. Where's that? Oh, that's the north. Oh, Mavis, I think we should go north. Immediately. Where's about Doris? Where shall we go in the north? Oh, how about we go to the Lake District? Why is it everybody wants to go to Lake District? I mean, you know, it's beautiful, don't get me wrong. Absolutely glorious living in the Lake District. But I'm pretty sure all the people that already live in the Lake District think it's rather glorious, which is henceforth, while they're all living up there in the, you know. And now we're going to have all these people from down south that have suddenly got it into their head that we're all going to go all the way up to Lake Windermere or somewhere like that, or Ambleside, or Ullswater. You know, we'll just en masse turn up. And they expect to be welcomed with open arms. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they'll be stood there with a red welcome mat saying, hi, come on in. We've been expecting you. We're not doing bad for hangers. I think I have roughly completed the first bag, which is a bit of a relief considering what was in it. Ullswater is a glorious place. And I'm sure all the people that live there think it's the most glorious place as well. But could you imagine if a few thousand people suddenly decided that, I know, Ullswater's the place to be. Let's trek on down. You know, go outdoors is going to be thinking, bonanza, everyone's up here looking for walking boots. I'm assuming we've still got shops at this time. I mean, in my warped world of the apocalypse, I still think we've got camping shops. You know, that are selling Mars bars by the dozen and pot noodles. I have this strange vision of what I think will be what would happen in, you know, a post-apocalyptic Britain. First of all, you've got to get out of the major cities. Yeah, I could honestly say the day that lockdown finished, for proper, the amount of people that suddenly decided that they were all going to go out for a walk in the countryside, and you have to ask the question, were they all doing their Duke of Edinburgh award? I cannot imagine so many people just en masse. They didn't just pop by, they swarmed by. You've never seen so many people suddenly thinking that going out to shops like Go Outdoors and Millets, you know, and they were buying walking boots and rucksacks and every single thing that they could possibly think of, that, you know, they're thinking that they're probably going to need in a survival, without, what's the saying, all the gear and no idea. Yeah. You miss it? Oh goodness me. You must be the only one that does. But I just can't get over I mean, imagine, right, yeah, the balloon's gone up. You live in a major city and you're looking around and you're not feeling as comfortable and as safe as you did. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the city that you're in, but things are just getting a bit tasty. And then, like many others, you probably get this very good idea in your head that maybe we should all head north. Now, if I remember rightly, in the last census that was done for this country, we had in the region of 68 million people living here, that's registered, that are living here. And I don't know how many there would be that aren't registered, but I'm guessing we'll go with the official figures of 68 million. And a lot of those tend to be in the cities up and down the country. And it just makes you wonder, how many could we comfortably absorb in the north without things all going to heck? Yeah, actually, no, now you put it like that, I guess there are some upsides. That was probably one of them. But I just look at the logistics, and I'm a numbers girl. I look at what's in front of me and I work out roughly from that the weeks of survival that we would all have if they just happened to pop by and say, you have a very nice part of the world up north, and you know, we suddenly decide that we no longer, none of us want to live in the city anymore, and you know, we've all got the same idea and we all want to go north. And I mean, you can only go north so far before you're in Scotland, before you're dripping off Scotland and going into the sea. Because, you know, the United Kingdom is an island, right? So there's only so far everyone can go. And it's going to be like that book by John Brunner, where he said about overpopulation, and if everybody stood on Zanzibar and all jumped at the same time, it was his theory that he could get the world to spin the other way around. and spin backwards and then therefore go back in time. If I remember the plot line right. I mean, I'm not suggesting everybody pops up to Sheffield and all stand there and jump at the same time in the vain hope that they can turn back time. That would be an interesting experiment. Let it remain a thought experiment and not a real one. But I mean, you know, you've got to look at it like, where's everyone going to live? And what they're all going to eat? And where's all the water going to come from? And all the rest of the things that you need to make a society work, like education and health and, you know, jobs. Yeah. I mean, where would everybody go, like? And just how safe would it be with everybody suddenly deciding that, you know, that's where they all want to go? That's a bit better. Oh, what are these? Oh, do you know, I could have sworn I was looking at shirts again. Pillowcases. I mean, I don't even know, would everybody want to head up north? Perhaps they might want to stay where they live in the cities, you know. Maybe they don't want to go into the countryside. I don't know what the plan would be. Do people want to stay at home? Or do they think they've got more chance if they leave and head to the countryside? I should imagine if you're a city liver, then coming out to live in the countryside must be a bit of a culture shock to you, because everything's just so remote and nothing, and I mean nothing ever runs smoothly. If you're really lucky, some of you have got a fabulous bus route, but in the apocalypse, who's going to be driving the bus? I'm assuming we're going to have petrol so that we can drive the bus or a car or anything. Somehow I think in the apocalypse, if you own a horse, you're going to be very popular. We'll be going back to the old stagecoaches. You got to think about it as well. If it's in like the middle of winter, you're not going to last very long in a tent. You know, you'd be, if you haven't got shelter, during the winter period in the United Kingdom, things are looking pretty grim. I don't think you'd be lasting right long if you're out in the elements. You'll end up getting pneumonia and being very poorly, and without access to any antibiotics. I mean, I always think about that TV show, Threads. You know, the one where all the people living in Sheffield, again, talking about Sheffield, and obviously they take very close to them takes a direct hit, and what's left of the government workers are in that makeshift bunker underneath the town hall, and they seem to be in the process of being dug out by the local fire brigade, what's left of them. Everything's turned to absolute rubbish, and that happened in the middle of May, which has just been. And look how cold it got then. The first winter of that year must have been absolutely brutal. And that's possibly one of the best nuclear war scenarios that this country has ever produced on the television, is Threads. And it's by far the most brutal. It's sad, it's unbearable what happens to Ruth and Jimmy and their little girl. And the ending is so distressing on Threads. It's so bleak that, you know, would you actually want to survive nuclear war in the first place? Because it didn't look that appetizing, to be honest. I remember having to watch it when I was at high school, when I was younger, for drama class. And we were all told to write an essay on it of what we thought about, obviously, what we thought about nuclear war, and whether or not we'd be wanting to survive it. And it's haunted me all these years. And I recently rewatched it, and I can see why it absolutely haunts me. It's the way that it's acted out is amazing. Unknown actors playing the parts, I think, made it a little bit more realistic, a bit grittier. I mean, there is a scene when the bombs are starting to drop, and I think it's Jimmy's mum and dad, and they have two other kids as well. They have a daughter and a younger son, and the younger son was hiding with the poor birds in the bird aviary that Jimmy's dad had, and they had like these like little pet birds that they kept, you know, pets basically, yeah, obviously, you know, little budgies and stuff like that. And the poor little lad was in there, and I'm haunted because you saw what happened when the flash went off and then everything were burning, and obviously you saw what happened to their son. You don't know what happened to the daughter. All I know is that she'd gone to the shops for her mother to get some tinned food because things were getting pretty grim. and she'd offered to go to the corner shop to pick up some food, and I'm just assuming that the poor darling on the way there or back, she didn't get to come home. And then you saw Jimmy's parents after the thing had gone, and the mum was in a really bad way, and she'd been quite badly disfigured because of the intense heat and the flash of light. And you see, and you know she's not got very long. And Jimmy's dad is trying to get her a drink of water, and he goes and does what every one of us would do. He sees the sink and he goes and walks over to try and get her some water out of the tap. I mean, like, you know, the kitchen sink's there's no wall, and I'm not even sure that it's actually connected to any pipe works, you know, out the ground. And instead of using a pan to try and catch the water in his stunned state, the way his mind's working, he tries to put the water, he tries to fill up a colander. And I'm like, that bit stuck with me. And I'm watching it as I have done now, all these years later, and I'm still thinking the same thing. There was a pan right outside of him. Why didn't he pick that up? And I'm just guessing that he's in so much shock with what's happened. And as I say, Jimmy's mum, she's in a really bad way, bless her. I don't even think they had time to paint the windows white, which is one of the suggestions that we got in our handy dandy pamphlets called Protect and Survive. You know, you've got 4 minutes, 4-minute warning. You've got to take the doors off their hinges. You've got to put them in a room that's going to hopefully survive the blast. Make an A-frame shelter, stack bin liners worth of whatever you can get shoved in a bin liner during that time, and cushions off the sofa onto the A-frame, you know, to try to stop whatever coming out the blast. Oh, and while you're at it, if you got some white paint, could you paint your windows? And that's, I mean, no offence, right, but when the shockwave comes through, I don't think you're going to have any windows anyway. So, you know, why are we bothering painting them white? Was it just to detract from the terrible situation we were about to find ourselves in? It does make you wonder. Oh, and in between all that, we're supposed to be running the bath and all the sinks and filling all the pans that we can with everything that we've got, you know, to store water, and we've got to do all that in under 4 minutes. Well, you know, best of luck, everybody. Because I can honestly tell you, I don't think we'd do it. I don't think we'd find the time. It astounds me that they also said in our little pamphlet of, you know, Protect and Survive, that if nuclear war should break out, there may be a disruption to the banking service. 5:25 a.m. in Arizona. Goodness, that's early. And you tuned in to listening to how we'd cope with the nuclear war. Back in the 80s, Kenneth, our country produced a leaflet, right? This leaflet was your guaranteed gold standard promise that you were going to survive nuclear war as long as you did everything that was in this leaflet. and it was called Protect and Survive. And I believe that they also did some little television, like, kind of like infomercial, if you want. And it was proposed that as we got closer to maybe something happening, that they would play these on the television and on the radio over and over and over again, with the proviso that we'd know what to do in case something happened, right? And one of the things that was in the booklet was a bit of information about what would happen to the banking sector. And it says, during an attack, you may notice that the banking services might be running a bit slower than usual. And that maybe there might not be as many post offices for you to go and, cash your gyros in. Back in the day we had these things called gyro checks that came from the government. So they might take a while to process them. And maybe there wouldn't be any postal services for a few days. And it just went on like that all the way through. And it taught you how to build your A-frame shelters in your house. And that consisted of taking the doors off the hinges, your internal doors, not your front door and your back door. I mean, I'm on about your bedroom door and your front room door. And you take them off their hinges, and then you put them in a room that was considered, sorry, that must be the washer. You put those in a room that was considered that would be your inner refuge while all this was going on the outside. So you've done all that. Bearing in mind you've got 4 minutes, right? So you've got your doors off their hinges. You're making an A-frame shelter. You've got some bin liners, because bin liners was really important. And you had to stuff into the bin liners anything and everything that you could get to act as like extra cover for your A-frame shelter. Oh, and you had to take the cushions off your sofa and use them as well. And mattresses. Yeah, you had to lift the mattresses off your bed. Right? Oh, you had to go around the house and grab all the tin food that you could. It's assuming you'd been shopping and you'd actually got some tin food in. Because if you didn't, then, I suppose, I don't know. What are you going to eat? A clue? If you've not got any food in the house, it's going to be an interesting survival, isn't it? And so you had to grab all the tin food. And don't forget your can opener and your matches and your candles. And you had to fill the bath and the sink in the bathroom and the kitchen sink and all the pans and all the bottles that you had in the house with water. Right, and you've got to, like I say, you've got to do all that in 4 minutes. And you had to paint your windows white as well. And we had all that. I mean, everybody was very, very busy. Phenomenal. I suppose it was there really to say, do all this and you're not really going to be panicking, are you? And you're not going to be worrying. And you're not going to be worrying too much about whether or not the bomb is going to hit you. I mean, it can just be my luck. I'll be one that's left, I have to paint all windows white. I'll be stood there with my paintbrush with all the bristles burned off because of the intense heat from, the blast. And I've paint strewn everywhere. And I won't have a window to paint because it'll have melted. Did you have something similar I suppose, in the States when you were, living in the 80s. Does anybody remember receiving the pamphlet here in the United Kingdom? I can remember seeing it because my dad had it. And my dad was like, proper into, this is what we've got to do, This is what the government's told us we've got to do, so we've got to do it. And it's like, hey, yes, Dad. Yes, Dad, of course, Dad. I don't know. It was a long time ago. A very long time ago. And I thought we were living in more enlightened times. I didn't think we'd ever have to go back to that. I thought Dad's Army was something that went on the television in the 70s and was supposed to be seen as a bit of a comedy. Can you imagine trying to do Dad's Army now? Oh, I don't know. I dread to think if we had to try and defend the country in its current state. I'm not sure there are many that would actively volunteer. I mean, I'm sure there are some out there that would, but I'm not sure that there are that many. It's, I don't know. It's a funny old thing, isn't it? You grow up in the Cold War era, and it's just that. It's the Cold War era. It's the time that we lived in. And then moving forwards, it's like, do we really want to live through that again? And no, I don't think we do. I like the way things are. I mean, I know they could be better, but they could also be infinitely worse. It could be definitely infinitely worse. I'd like to think that going forwards, I suppose, into the future, that we've all got a reasonable chance of a decent quality of life. And that would be nice. Wanting the bare basics of life. Not just for yourself, but for your family and for everybody that's around you and all the ones that you love. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all we're asking for, is a fair crack of the whip so that we can all have a decent enough life whilst we're going round the world, on this piece of rock in outer space. Well, that shirt wasn't an easy one to do. It's very, very difficult. Anyway, we must be getting on for about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 1:30. Yeah, that's not too late, is it? 2 o'clock though, I'm going to have to go. I think. And about 2ish. I think that's the best I can do with this, the way this shirt, oh, goodness me. Goodness me. What a shocker. I still got a full bag. Goodness, goodness, goodness. You know, I think I'm going to drag this forward slightly and put some on there just to ease. Deary, deary goodness me. Oh, it's inside out. I bet no wonder I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly. You want peace. Peace and tranquility and the chance for a decent life. You don't want to be worrying about, you know, whether or not we've painted the windows in time. Oh, thank you, by the way, for the thumbs ups that I've received. That really makes a difference. Thank you very much. Guess what turns 50 years old this month? Jaws. 20th of June. I'm looking forward. I am. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a big fan of Jaws. I love sharks. Pleasantly surprised with what I've had to get through. I'm considering none of it as being decent, and it's all been screwed up. Let's just hope there's a lot of t-shirts for a little while. I could do with something nice. An easy iron. Absolutely an easier iron. There we go. Much better. I think this has probably been one of the easier items that I've done. Unreal. I can't get over how much everything has just been slung into the bag. I think they just dried it all to the point of almost setting the laundry on fire, and then jumped all over it for good measure, just to make sure it was nicely creased enough to distress me. Right, that's as good as that's gonna get. I'm not giving it any more. I'll end up burning the material. Let's face it, however it goes back, it's going to be a lot better than how it arrived. I think when I'm talking to the customer tonight, I'll have to explain to them that I did the very best I could. But considering the state of what was sent to me, I apologise unreservedly. I've given them the best finish that I can. I'm thinking about doing sausages for tonight's evening meal. I think that would be absolutely glorious. with some vegetables and mash and gravy. I think that sounds tremendous. That would make my heart happy. The weather's just been shockingly awful. Yeah, that's not so bad. Better. Well, where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're up to 20. Blimey. Oh, there's some t-shirts. Sometimes I don't know what I'm exactly pulling out of the bag. They look that bad. Still, it's a living, isn't it? I don't even know how many pillowcases I've done. All I can tell you is it's a fair few. actually don't mind doing the ironing. It's a therapeutic job. It's very nice just to stand here and chat away to you guys. I'm always grateful for the company. It certainly helps speed the day along. And I've got a load of laundry that's just going around the washer at the moment, which I think is lovely. My own stuff rather than a customer's, so that's a nice thing. I'll be running in a bit to swap that over, I guess, and get that washed. It's always lovely when the basket's gone completely empty. It makes you think, oh, we're winning. What's that? Oh, righto. Sorry, did I miss something? I didn't mean to. I beg your pardon. My moderators, my darlings, another Alan Aspinall and another Space Nut. They do watch over me, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, lads, for watching over me. I feel safe when you're around. Precious me. One of those fussy shirts, this one is. Did I miss something, sweet pea? Oh, heck. Why can't people play nicely? I don't know. Probably best we're ignoring them, isn't it? Hey? But thank you, Alan, for being an absolute darling and watching over me. And also another Space Nut for watching over me. I really do appreciate you. You've no idea. Oh, that didn't turn out too badly. Oh, nice. There we go. I think I'll be ironing right up to 5 o'clock tonight. I get that impression from what I'm looking at here. I really do get that impression. Oh, I think I've run out of water as well. Yes, indeed, Alan. Okay, I'm going to quickly swap some laundry. laundry sorted. Absolutely happy as Larry. Whoever Larry is, I'm sure is very happy. I don't think it's going to be a bad day after all. As long as it stops raining, I think we should be okay. I might end up getting some more hangers. I have a funny feeling that was. I have a funny feeling we're going to run out of hangers. Blimey. This person certainly likes their designer labels. What would you all like to talk about now then? Anything in particular? Or shall I just hang up? So we're getting near that time, aren't we? Don't really want to be getting into any more new subjects. I should imagine I'm going to be quite busy in a bit. Well, we can all think about what we might like to have for our discussion tomorrow. We could do horror, dystopian horror, if everyone's up for that. I'll think of some good books tonight that we can talk about tomorrow. That'll be lovely. I mean, we've nearly been on for 3 hours, which is a flipping long time. Yeah. I've been discussing all things nuclear war-ish today. Dad's Army came up, didn't it? I used to like that TV show, Dad's Army. It was funny. Although I should imagine at the time when they actually did have Dad's Armies, I can't imagine it was a laughing matter. But I guess it got people out the house and doing stuff, didn't it? not entirely sure what that is. I know this is a t-shirt. We're not doing bad. Oh, it's a dress. Oh, it's a very pretty dress too. It's a shame it's screwed up to heck. Oops. Come on. I think that's all right. I'm happy with that ending there. Well, if this isn't enough to cure your insomnia, I don't know what is. We've had a very cheerful chat today about nuclear war, haven't we, my darlings? Ooh, another thing that you might be interested in watching. It was a film, it's from the 1980s, a very young Kevin Costner was in it. and it was called Testament, and it's about a tiny little town in the USA. Seems to be all that I'm picking is coming from there today. And it's about a mother and her children and how they survived without the father, because the father was killed instantly when the bomb went off. And it's about their survival, and it's so sad. And it was 1980s. Can't remember exactly what year it was that it came out, but it was called Testament, and it's incredibly moving, incredibly sad film. Good film though. Just concentrating. It's not the easiest of things I've ever done. It's certainly not the worst. Very pretty dress though. What I'll do is once I've ironed it, I'll hang it up and I'll button it all the way up, just to make sure nothing drops out and gets ruined. Coming along very nicely. A lovely finish that this dress is getting. Lovely. Just as oh dear me. These sleeves are a bit disastrous. There. Not bad, considering the state it arrived in. Oh, that's better. Nice. That's lovely. But true to form, because it's so long, what I will do is I'll fold it in half and drape it over the hanger that way, because if I don't, with it raining the way that it is doing, it's longer than my actual garment covers, and quite frankly, as beautiful as this glorious dress is, it won't be glorious for long if I don't put it in the right place and hang it like that. That way then it's now going to turn up to the client and look $1 million. All green and crinkly. I really had to concentrate then, everybody. Blimey, I did not want to ruin that dress. It was so pretty. There we go. Doing some easy work for a little while. I just want to do some t-shirts. In fact, I think I might need to just swap some washing. brain. Hooray, we've got another load on today. And I don't mean to brag, but my basket is empty. I am so happy. It hasn't been empty for so long. I can't remember. But yes, all good things come to those who get to the bottom of the laundry basket. So I've been told. Goodness me, I'm so very happy. I am. Inside out again. Playing that game. We've had tissue in pockets and t-shirts that are inside out and shirts that are back to front. However, I can't complain too much. Check the battery on my phone actually. Okay. Oh, well, yes, the iron. One does one's best. I can't guarantee, but one does one's best. There we go. Just making sure we're plugged in all right. Last load of laundry of the day. I'm so happy. My little face is beaming. I think I'm struggling now with my arms. I'm just going to take a few of these and hang them here. And throw them on the floor. I couldn't measure. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, this is a sweet little darling outfit. Oh, so cute. I love children. I love their fashion. So good. They're absolutely darling. They're so cute with their little outfits that the children wear. Adorable. Oh, I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'm going mad. I'm so used to reaching up there and it's hurting my arms. So, but frankly, I think just take a break. Oh, this is so sweet. Honestly, that's so cute. Oh, I love children. If this is helping with your insomnia, I'm really pleased. Easiest way sometimes produce really good ironing is to ensure that the clothing isn't too dry. Unfortunately, that's why some of this hasn't got the best finish that it could have. Because what I'm having to deal with is overly dried clothing, and it's just so difficult to get a good finish. Some of it's turned out all right. Some of the stuff, very hard to do. Best I can do. Not entirely sure. Funny design. It smells musty. Ugh. I don't think this has been washed. I think it's just been shoved in the basket. It smells of mildew. Awful. Oh, this is breathtaking in all the wrong ways. Particularly. Awful design, awful material, just generally awful. Didn't like that one. Oh, right out. that, my dear? Oh, is everything all right? Gosh. Is everything okay? Everything seems fine here. I'm just trying not to burn my fingers off. I'm doing some really intricate stuff. And it's requiring a few more of my brain cells. There are lots of folds and pleats and ruffles. I haven't seen this many ruffles in the 80s when we had rah-rah skirts. You know, certain things in fashion should never come back. Lime green pantaloons, rah-rah skirts with ruffles, anything neon, leg warmers, and boob tubes. Those are criminal fashion items, and no way should they come. Oh, that and reversible jumpers. And those jumpers that change colour when you got too hot. And it always looked really manky around the armpits. Right? I'm just saying that those are crimes against the fashion industry, and therefore should never ever rear their heads ever again. Half of stuff I've missed, so I really wouldn't think I've been affected in any way, shape or form. I've been so preoccupied and trying not to burn my fingers off. Oh, and rhinestones. Don't like those either. Have you tried ironing clothing with rhinestones on? I mean, I don't know. How does anybody, you know, they pop off in the washing machine and they block your washing machine filter up and things like that. And who would wear them in, you know, unless you were absolutely mad passionate about line dancing? I wouldn't think that in any sane world that they'd be used in fashion. Sequins, I hate those as well. And glitter, oh, I hate glitter. Glitter is a crime against humanity. How anybody thought we're going to make sparkly pieces of really tiny plastic by the millions, shove them in a bottle. How did anybody ever think that that was a good idea? Oh, dearie, dearie me. Oh, yes. Yes, I remember. Oh, is everything okay now? I'm hoping, fingers, eyes and toes crossed. It's 2:30 in the afternoon, so good things are coming to you. The fairy has decreed it. Therefore, it must be law. I am actually actually mesmerised by what's coming out of this bag. You know, it's like certain things I'm thinking, yep, I could see someone wearing that. Other things I'm thinking, what possessed you? Why did you hand over good money for that? I think I shall live in awe. I pulled something out that wouldn't have looked out of place in the 1970s. It looked like a doily. Now, if you don't know what doilies are, as in they're like round lace things that were put on plates to absorb oil from your vol au-vents. And there we are. Weren't vol au-vents the most pathetic thing that you find in the kitchen, right? And you had to stuff them with prawns in like this fake tomato ketchup and salad cream seafood sauce, and you had to shove in mushroom pate or chicken pate or like Campbell's condensed mushroom soup. I mean, it sounds unappetizing, and to look at them, they looked unappetizing. They were like sausage rolls that had gone really wrong. And all the ladies in high society all had them on the plates. And they ate them. They actually enjoyed eating them. And ugh. Vol au-vents is a no from me. And that's something else that should stay way back in the 70s. Oh, wow. I'm sure you are, my darling, and I'm sure you're doing a fantastic job. And to take my hat off to you, that's something that I could never have done. Is that I just don't have the patience. Oh my goodness me. No. This is a no from me. It's a giant t-shirt dress, but quite frankly, it's the most hideous thing I've seen in some time. This looks as though it's been made out of somebody's curtains. Who in their right mind? What, you couldn't pay me to put this on and run down the street in it? Gracious me. Well, takes all sorts to make a world go around, doesn't it? Gracious. Gracious me. Right. That hideous monstrosity has been ironed. Yeah. 10 out of 10 for that. Well, it's like everything, isn't it, my darling? We were talking yesterday about all the barber shops and all the nail bars and everything that's been set up. I mean, good grief, how many times do you need to have your nails done or have to have your hair cut? And don't get me started on the sweetie shops and the vaping shops and things like that. It's ridiculous. It's happening on every street in Britain, and there is absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. It's awful. Absolutely horrendous. Oh, crikey, it's inside out. See, we're back to that again. Oh, goodness me, come on. How do people live like that? Honestly. Is it so much of a hardship to just wash something and turn it the right way around? Oh. Well, considering it was higher than my desk this morning when I started the ironing, and it was above my desk, above the drawer line, and I could see it, I don't think I've done a bad job. I'm quite happy with how everything's coming out and how I'm able to press it to make it look half decent, considering what they've sent me and how they treat the stuff. I just don't understand. If you've got all these beautiful, some of them have, if you have all these clothes, why are you not treating them a little bit better? I mean, they cost money, and a lot of these are designer labels. I can't get over how poorly the clothing's been treated, and it smells damp. It smells of mildew and BO. Shocking. It's like it's not even seen a washing machine. In fact, I'm convinced that a third of this bag hasn't been washed. It's just been thrown in an ironing pile. That's a bit better. Still smells though. Get a bit more room on there. No. No. Oh. Wow. Gracious me. Ah. It's been an experience, this one has. I'm demented. I don't know how to mean domestic. This is hideous. It's salmon pink monstrosity. That's something else that should stay back in the 70s. The colour of blancmange itself, and anything salmon pink. They went through that phase, didn't they, in the 70s, that they had to make a homemade trifle at Christmas. And you need the blancmange. The blancmange. Oh, just thinking about it is making me feel a bit funny. I bet everyone will have to eat stuff like that ever again. As an adult, one of the great liberating things that I've had, and let's face it, there's not many things that make being an adult like the best thing in the universe, but is having it's because I'm doing the cooking, I'm deciding what's being eaten, right? And I cannot on good conscience give my family things like that. No. Absolutely not. I just think it's one of the worst things I remember from my childhood. And I don't know if anyone else is in agreement, but for mash get smashed, that wallpaper paste fake potato, which was pretty horrific, combined with either a Fray Bentos steak and kidney pie, or worse still, Findus crispy pancakes. I mean, why? It's a level of cruelty, isn't it? To think that our parents thought that that was a good weekday meal. Findus crispy pancakes. Oh, anything by Findus, to be honest, was awful. And when I can just about stomach fish fingers, and now and again I don't mind having a fish finger butty, but I can't do French bread pizza with that fake plastic cheese and that gunky tomato flavoured base. Nasty. See, look, the dress is done, but it's absolutely hideous. Oh, dearie Lord. No, bathroom carpets. Oh no, they were a thing. Oh, and those things that covered the toilet rolls, and you know, with a doll shoved in the middle. What? How did anybody think that was the height of fashion? The knitted toilet cozy. So you didn't have to look at the toilet roll. I'd rather look at the toilet roll than have to look at that monstrosity. And when you went on holiday to Spain in the 70s and you came back with your plastic donkey and your senorita with the castanets you know, your dancing senorita doll with castanets to match, and sometimes you brought home flipping castanets. What? And what good? You know, I'm not going to be roaming around the streets in northern England. I can guarantee you this. Clacking your castanets. You know, but everybody brought out on that cheap sangria in the plastic bottle in a rattan style wine basket, because it was a height of sophistication, everyone. Certain things definitely need to stay back there. I've done that many pairs of trousers. And again, I don't think these have been through washer. I reckon I'll be ironing till about 5 o'clock tonight. There's that much stuff. It must be nice to be so well off to have all this clothing. Another Hollister Oxford bags. Nice. Yeah, I know Barbie's. Absolutely. Oh, you make me laugh. You really do. Why? How did that become a fashion thing in the house? An avocado coloured bathroom suites? How was that a thing? And yet we must have flocked to the DIY store in our thousands by the looks of things and said, oh, I made this. That colour has got to be what goes in our bathroom. We have to have that and the toilet roll cover. And don't forget the carpet to match. And the little half lace curtain thing on the piece of elastic that we've stuck up with fishing wire. Oh, it's going to look the height of sophistication. This one is. I can't wait for the finished look. Don't forget to bring your castanets. We're going to need them when we dance around our fashionable bathroom. Oh, dear me. Yeah. I wonder when they went in if they were wearing leg warmers. I don't know. You never saw them type of bathrooms on Dynasty now, did you? Or the Colbys. Oh, salmon pink. Oh, yeah. No word of a lie. We had the, do you remember, you might do, a television show I'm going back to the 70s, and it was the Edwardian country ladies diary, and they made a romantic drama out of it, and everything had like butterflies and like wafting strands of like grasses and printed onto tiles, and especially pink tiles, and it just seemed to be the pattern that they wanted to stick in the bathrooms of the 70s, definitely the 70s and the 80s. The Edwardian country ladies diary or something, and it had this like pattern with like butterflies and grass and all that, and that was very popular as tiles, as a kind of motif. Dearie me. There's some very strange things that really need to stay in the past. I bet no wonder we all thought it would end up world back then, with fashion sense and things like that as common practice in your house. Hello, Sharky. Yeah, there's some strange things that we had in our homes. And you know, the worst one, I think, have got to be the mock Tudor style kitchen cabinets that you could get in that orange pine that looked as though your cupboards had been tangoed in the kitchen. They were horrific colour, and everybody had fake pine kitchen cabinet doors and a mock Tudor style, and it was awful. How did we think that was trendy? I certainly don't think, mind you, it's just as bad today with, I mean, at least we had some colour, right? Today, everything's battleship grey. It's awful. You know, you go everywhere, it's like, you know, magnolia was the colour to have on your wall. White magnolia, and that really cheap, awful wallpaper, chip something, I can't remember. And you know, everybody had everything painted magnolia, right? With accent colours and stenciling. Oh my goodness me. Stenciling was a big thing, where you just splotted paint all over the place and said, you know, we thought we'd do flower motif, and it really looks as though somebody's run into your front room and grabbed a paintball and just decided to let rip. But now everything's either like grey or taupe or grey and taupe. You know, there's no colour. It's just like they thought it'd be a really good idea to grab every shade sometimes of what was in the plasticine and the Play-Doh pots and mash them all together, and the colour that came out is, oh, that is it. That's the colour we're going for. Oh my goodness, yes. can't get enough of that, or we're going to stick it on every single wall. We're going to be the height of sophistication, everybody. Yeah, yeah, that it's just awesome. We're gonna be the belle of the ball. Everyone's gonna want to come round our house and look at that. I mean, it's just, I don't know, a bizarre world that we live in, where we think these things are sophistication. Pretty. I approve of that one. Oh, crikey, pillowcases again. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, well, that was quite cute. I'm coming down to your house with the tin of paint, not white paint, by the way, and that we all have to paint as windows with during the 4-minute warning. No, I'll pick a different colour. But battleship grey? No, please tell me no. Please tell me no. I'm gonna weep. Is it a fashion thing to do battleship grey? You know. Do you know, I feel as though I may win this today. I may win. I may get through all of this. Oh, gracious. There we go. I must have done about 8 pillowcases. That's been a bit of a surprise. Ah, so it's a computer thing, right? Okay. Yeah, well, if that works, you know. Yeah, not bad. Me, I like domestic rough walls, you know, that have been marked up by hangers and scratched to death, coupled with paint peeling off the door. I just think that's it's called shabby chic. It's more shabby than chic, but there we are. You know, the rougher it looks, the better. Oh, well, just don't go in on the 20th of June because that's the 50th anniversary of Jaws. And I'm just saying, it's his day. It's his birthday. He's 50 years old and he might be in the water celebrating. It's just a thought. You never know. Again, something else that smells of mildew. Blimey. What's that, love? Yeah. We are now down to an actual what should be in the bag. A normal amount. Oh, goodness, 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 goodness. I think we might do a couple of shirts next. Speed things along a bit. Tell you, I'm going to have arthritis by the time we get to the end of the day. My fingers are going to be so sore. Oof, another thing that smells of mildew. Goodness me. Get over it. It's the smell. It's unreal. Take my breath away. Shirts, and then I think we're back to some t-shirts again. And that's how it's going to be now, going through this bag, I reckon. Exactly, I think that, yeah. Exactly. 20th of June it will be. Sharky's coming out, it's his birthday. He's 50-year-old. I'm looking forward to the 20th of June. I wonder if they'll do a special. It'll be on at the cinema, on the big screen. Oh dear, I think I'm running out of water yet again. Maybe I've just got enough to do the sleeves. And then I'll have to run and get another tank of water. Right, another shirt. It's been relentless, this bag today. Get out of the water! Shark! Yeah, such a cool film. I reckon we're probably up at around about 40 things that are up here. Not bad. At least it's decent quality cotton. Which is an absolute blessing. It's when you get the cheap stuff. That's something that really bugs me about the fashion industry. I hate high ticket items and like proper high end designer fashion, and they've used a less than standard cotton. You know, they're charging you nearly 60, 70 pounds for a shirt, and they've made it out of the cotton that is so thin that it not only does it snap when you're washing it and you're drying it, because that's what happens. Cotton over time, when it washes, it expands and contracts, and that's how you end up with holes in your fashion, in your clothing, and it's through no fault of your own. It's just the way that, you know, being constantly washed and having detergents going through it, and the stretching and the twisting that goes on in the washing machine. And I just hate to see super expensive shirts. But I think £70 for a shirt is a lot of money. And then within a few weeks, the sleeves are out of line, or the buttons somehow like don't line up, and things rip, and the cotton just isn't good quality. And it really annoys me, because if you're buying an investment piece, and it is at that price, an investment piece into your wardrobe, and you'd expect it to do more than 10 washes before it starts looking like you've used it to dry the dishes in the kitchen. And it just irritates me. You know, you worked really hard to buy that shirt, and, you know, on top of everything else that you've got to purchase. And towels are the same. It's insane how expensive a bath sheet has got recently. I went to look at some because I was thinking about replacing mine that are upstairs. And bearing in mind, mine are like really ratty now. And then, you know, when they start to go at the edges and they start fraying, and then they start separating the cottons, and then before you know it, you've got like a run going on down the side of your towel. But when I looked at how much a bath sheet cost, just one, £17 just for one towel. And I'm not joking, they weren't like an Egyptian cotton or anything like that. They were just a bog standard towel. And I was stunned. But it's everything. It's so expensive. Really annoying. And it's cheap material that they're using to make these things, and they're charging a fortune for them. Anyway, don't get me going on that, because I'll get irritated. Raw. You'll see the beast fairy come out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as the saying goes, when I'm buying something of an investment quality, I don't mind spending a bit to get the right thing, but it's just that the fashion industry is taking the we out of innocent people. I don't know how they can call it fast fashion. I mean, are they talking about how fast it takes to destroy itself because it's just so poorly made? Right, that was the dryer. I shall be back in the Memento. Another load dry. Honestly. Easy iron. Well, we'll see. I've seen that before. I think we're gonna win. We've gotta win. I can't be beaten by a basket of ironing. Take it back, it wasn't easy iron. Oh, hang on. Gracious me. Happiness is there to me eventually. When I look up to the end of the irony. I don't think we needed to get the dishwasher going this morning, which is probably a good thing because there was only like a plate and a cup in it. Very nice. Buttoned up already. There we are. Oh, gracious. All the lint is starting to give me an itchy nose. Ah, you know. Hello, gamer tag. Hello, hello. How you doing? I am having a fantastic day. Not. I think my nose, my sense of smell has melted with what I've had to sniff coming out of this laundry bag. It takes all sorts of a while to go around, but goodness me. I think my washer's just about finished as well, so just enough time to do this sleeve, and then I'll quickly go and pop the washing from the washer into the dryer. Oh, it's lovely. We can turn around and see to middle of the washer. That's the last load you need to do today, Poppet. Because you've worked so hard yesterday and the day before and the day before that. No, it's just in its final stages, bless it. I can hear the tempo in the washer change. And that's sad. I know when my washer's coming to the end of its cycle because I can tell by what it sounds like. That is my secret superpower. decent sleeves. That's good. Inside out again, lady, what you doing? At the moment we're doing okay with the tool that we have, but as the channel grows, and if Alan and another space nut are in agreement, then we can take it forward. But we need to get the channel a bit bigger before that happens, lovey. And I have to have permission from my other moderators. But at the moment it's just the three of us and we're doing all right, thank you. That's very kind of you to offer. Thank you very much. We just need to get a bit bigger. At the moment we use small fry and we need to get big fry. And if I keep burning my hands like that, I'm gonna fry. And not in a nice way. That's very painful. Need to share the channel far and wide across the universe. Tell your grandma, tell your aunties, tell your cousins to tune in to the very strange world of fairyland. Thank you. Tell all the cats and dogs to tune in and bark and meow and watch the channel, because we're doing our best. And I shall be back in a minute because I have to go change the washing. (3:30), and all is well with the world. And I will have to go soon because I'm going to be inundated with people coming through the doors. Well, I've probably got another hour quite easily of laundry to do. I have done so very much. It is astonishing how much I have had to do. I have at least another hour of difficult stuff that needs to be done, and it's exhausting. Let's see what we're going to have for dinner tonight. I think we might have sausages. I really fancy the thought of sausages for dinner tonight. Stitched. Fair enough. set? Which set? Oh, that's another shirt. Don't mind shirts. T-shirts. I think we're starting to get separated. No, 2 shirts. T-shirt. Right, I'm going to take a fond adieu. Take care. I'll see you all tomorrow.